Without the ones like you working tirelessly.
Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. The Panthers on a prowl will continue driving down the field to the red zone. We just got a first down and 10. Smitty on the loose, wide open Ted again. Stack 6 more on the board, looking like a win. With the 6-game winning streak, put them out their misery. Brady wanna cry when the ref threw the penalty. Panthers got a hot team, Patriots the enemy. Draw the first blood, different team than we used to be. Cam swerving through the traffic signal in a first down. Fans on their feet and the crowd getting really loud. Offense did a job off the field. There's a towel. Bank of America. Stadium is going down. Defense got him pushed back to the end zone. Hardy with the sack. That's a safety and we got the ball. Rushing on your shotgun. Staring at the barrel, y'all. All New England fans hear him saying that ain't fair to ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Better watch the linebacker, he can read you like a book. Run 40 yards just to tackle Luke. Got him shook, Tolbert like a tank. And D'Angelo with the fake. Stiff arm, out of bounds, 25 to game. Stewart back, healthy 3 lethal running backs. It's suicide at the wide receivers, it's a rout. Secret weapon make plays, Greg Olsen make it happen. Keep pounding on these haters, we ain't playing John Madden. Legion of the hometown go boom. Force and fumbles, Panthers making sure the ball is loose. Jack move, Charles Johnson, yeah, he will come attack you. State of mind, mentally and physically, we pass you. Godfrey in the nickel back, and he making sure we're safe. Panthers on the prowl, we gon' come and elevate the state. Hard fought thriller, only 59 seconds left. Panther fans on the feet, heart beating out the chest. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son, what's up?
Planet Fitness.
Ice up, son. Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding.
What is up? Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so, and don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, opinions, and scheduling for the Yahoo Sports app. Keep pounding Fantasy Football League, as well as scheduling for the channel as well. So don't forget to check out the Lindar Atai on Instagram. If you wish to have an intro like the one you saw on screen, if you're a content creator, check out Lindar Atai. Using her last name first, Tai, T-A-I. Lindara, Lindara, for videos, panels, etc. She's very kind, good pricing, and an awesome person to work with. Tell her I sent you, she'll help you out. Lindara Thai on Instagram. She's looking for new clients. Help her out. Alright. Let's get it going. Mock draft stream number 15 for the year of 2025. Oh my goodness. Can you believe we only got 21 days till the draft, guys? Can you believe that? That's crazy. The months of March and April just fly by so fast when you're doing mock draft streams. I swear. It's incredible. That's how much work we put in, though. But, yeah, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for coming by and checking out the channel. If you're new here, please hit that like and sub button. You know, and hit the bell so you don't miss any of the new content. Because we're going to be busy this month. We're going to be live streaming the reaction of the entire draft weekend, all 4 days. And we'll be doing a post-draft reaction as well to the players. To get a recap on what these players are, you know, what we drafted and who they are. If I could talk today. God, I'm off today. But, yeah. We got another video to review from the Carolina Panthers. And that is the Pat Jones Film Room video. So we'll be putting that up on screen in just a moment. If you would like to lock in for a mock draft stream, pay attention to when I am going live, or reach out and message me, tag me in a comment or a post, tag me in the chat, tag me in the comment section, tag me anywhere, and just let me know that you want to schedule, and I'll reach out to you. We'll figure out what day and time you guys want to do these. Locked in mock drafts. You'll have total control, all 7 rounds, trades, etc. You know, you'll have the benefit of my knowledge and my research and my team backing you up. So if you need to rely on that, you are more than welcome to ask for us for our advice while making your draft. And you ask me to look at any certain players, I will look at them. In any position that you ask me to look them up. You know, and, we'll explore any type of trade that you guys would like to try to do. You know, whatever you'd like to do. It is full control to you. Through 7 whole rounds. If, however, you are not around for all 7 rounds and you dip out of chat for a little bit, without reasons of Wi-Fi or something, you know, legitimate, and you were not able to rejoin in time, I will make the pick for you, and or trade for you. So, depending on what I deem necessary, you know, or the chat deems necessary. So, because I'll be leaving some of that up to chat as well. You guys will have freedom to help me out as well. But, you know, we got to keep the content moving. We got to put a timer on it. We got to put boundaries on it, because we got a lot of content to get through this month, you know, with mock drafts and whatnot. So, you know, got to keep it going. So, but you will be able to regain your 7th round draft picks and mock draft if you rejoin in chat. So, at any point. So, just let me know, why you're not able to finish. If it's Wi-Fi, I totally understand that. I'm not going to hold that against you. I understand people don't have the best Wi-Fi out there. So, I get it, you live in different parts of the country or even out of country. I totally understand that. I'm not going to... I will make extensions for that, in the time. So, if that happens to be the reason. It has to be a good reason, just let me know. And I'll deem what's a good reason and what isn't. So, but I'm very, very generous when it comes to that stuff. Alright, but yeah, let me know if you want to lock in for 7 whole rounds of a mock draft. Of course, we're going to have 2 to 3 mandatory ones from me, every stream. I'm going to increase that to 3 because of the amount of content that has to go out right now for mock draft streams. So, we'll be... Excuse me, I'm always tired. If you're not new here, you already know this. If you are new here, you'll get used to it. I'm a busy man. But what I was gonna say is we'll be running through all the different scenarios of what could happen. And of course, I'll be sticking to mainly the same players, but... And I know that some people find that boring, and if you do, you do. If you don't, you don't. And you feel like I'm making the right decisions, by sticking by these players. That's cool, But either way, I encourage everybody to share their opinions, let me know. If you don't like a pick, let me know. Why or why not? If you like it, why or why not? So, either way, let me know. The only way I can truly continue to learn from you is if you provide feedback, from time to time through the chat, and through the comment section. So I fully encourage people to do that. Especially through Facebook posts, by tagging me in it. Make sure I see it. If you tag me in it, I'll see it. But the best way to get in touch with me is through private messages through Facebook and Instagram, because I will get those directly. And I will respond to those very, very quickly. So, let's get into it, shall we? Let's get this up on the screen. And there we go. Well, what's up on the screen? There we go. Alright, got it. Full screen respect. Let me see if I got... Okay, sound's working. Cool. Cool. Alright. Full screen respect, let's go. We are good to go. Let's make it happen, Captain.
Third down, the Niners, 3rd and 11. McKivitz the block. Up the middle they go. They caught him. Pat Jones. A 3rd sack this season. There he snuffs out Purdy.
I like the dedication that he has on this play. Like, he doesn't just get stopped at the line. He just refuses to be blocked. And that's yet another example of another player that we got, in this free agency period that refuses to be blocked and just finishes plays and follows through on Dan's philosophy of finish. So that's good.
All right, Dan, so we have another defender, Pat Jones, outside linebacker. He made a ton of plays for Minnesota last year. What was it about Pat that you was like, yep, he would be great for our team?
Well, I think first and foremost in our scheme, he's going to be an outside linebacker on first and second down. He can set a hard edge, find the ball, tear off, make plays. And then the cool thing about him is he can slide inside on third down, and he has rush inside. So, obviously being able to affect the passer on third down, whether from an outside linebacker position or sliding in and lining up at three tech and rushing over a guard.
I've actually seen this, but if you guys would like me to run through it one more time, I'd be happy to. But yeah, I've actually seen this already. I apologize. I haven't. I thought I hadn't covered this, but apparently I have. So let me see if there's something else. Is there anything else that they... Okay. What Dan Morgan is looking for in the combine. This could be interesting. Let's check this out.
We're joined by Panthers GM Dan Morgan here at the combine in Indy. I want to take you back when you were coming out of Miami. What's your memory of being at the combine?
Yeah, so I didn't work out at the combine, so I only did interviews. But the one memory, is pretty vivid in my mind is, there used to be the old train station here. So in the train station back then, the scouts would basically grab and try to fight over you. And there was one guy that grabbed me that nobody fought with, and it was Sam Mills.
Wow.
Yeah. So Sam grabbed me, and he's like, "Hey, young man," he's like, "I want to talk to you for a second." So he just pulled me to the side and was talking to me, and yeah, that's my biggest memory.
What do you remember from that conversation?
Honestly, I don't remember what the conversation was, but I knew exactly who it was because I've always been a football fan. So I knew who Sam was, but I honestly I wasn't sure that Carolina even liked me or not because I didn't go in the actual official interview room. So I just talked to Sam, and I think Sam liked me, and I think that carried a lot of weight.
And you ended up a Panther.
Wow. So he wasn't even sure the Panthers even liked him when he got drafted. That's wild. It's Sam Mills himself talked to him. Dang. What if Sam Mills had never talked to him? This man would have never ended up our GM. And we would have gone with somebody else. Wow. Food for thought, Panthers fans. Food for thought. He would have never been doing what he's been doing for the past year and a half. That's crazy. We would have never had him in the Super Bowl game. Back in 2004. That's wild to think about right there. Shout out to the great Sam Mills, man. May he rest in peace. Hey, the legend himself, man. The legend himself recruited Dan. That's how you know we got something special as a GM right now. That's how you know.
Yep. Find good one. We get here to Indy, underwear Olympics, right? We can get enamored by how fast a guy is and what you see in certain drills. As a GM and somebody who played the game, how do you balance what you see here versus what the film tells you?
Yeah.
Excellent question. Excellent question.
Yeah, I think first of all, being here and getting to talk to the guys, even if it's for 20 minutes, you get to talk to some of these guys and just kind of see them face to face for the first time. So that's actually really cool, just to kind of get to know them a little bit. And then, going back to your original question, it's they're out there, they're moving around, they're running their 40s, that's all good. But you always got to go back to the tape and what you saw on the tape because this is only going to take you so far. So this is really just kind of the checks and balances. I think if anything looks out of whack, whether it's a 40 time or a 3-cone or a shuttle, yeah, maybe I'll like check up on that and maybe we'll watch the tape a little more on that, or ask the analytics guy about it and like, hey, what do you think of this? Did this show up in the data? So yeah.
So you're trying to cross-reference the tape, basically.
Yeah,
Hey, we see
exactly.
this. He looks fast on film.
Yep.
Let's make sure it checks out.
Yeah, exactly. And it could be the other way too, to where a guy ran really.
Point there to illustrate the answer to that question. And he's exactly right. That's the exact stuff I look for as well when I'm watching the combine. And I pointed that out last year and I pointed it out this year. Now that I have the combine as an extra tool for you, so you can understand what I'm seeing and learning. So that I can show you, these are the players that I like. These are the players I'm not as big on, and why. Why or why not. So.
You put the puzzle together last year during the draft. What was the lesson that you kind of took away from your first draft as a GM a year from now?
I think we're happy with the guys that we drafted. Getting a Jatavian Sanders in the 4th round. Being able to trade up and get Xavier, who we think has a bright future. He's going to continue to develop. I think is really no lessons learned other than, I just feel like each year, if I'm not getting better at it, then there's a problem. So I'm just going to continue to keep getting better, keep dependent on my team because we have a really good team of scouts, analytics people. We all work together. We all collaborate, along with the coaches as well. So it's a process, and it's a lot of fun.
There's always something new to learn too, though, and that's what I want to emphasize to Dan. Is like any situation you run into with your NFL franchise, whether it be the Panthers, whether it be whatever sport it is, whatever profession that you do, there's always something new to learn. It's always a continued learning process. So I want to point that out. So, but yeah, it is a process, at the end of the day, as long as you continue to progress and do better each year, then yeah, you're going to do great. And, you're going to have one bust every year, and that happens, and that happened to be Michael Barrett, but, it is what it is. But yeah, he was on my mock draft boards as well, so we both learned something from that. You know what I mean? So that perhaps wasn't the linebacker type of player that we were looking for. So now we got to go back and we got to reassess that and see what we want to do again. Let's take what we learned and use that in the next draft. So just food for thought there.
It's also, as you know, an inexact science. So
Right.
are there certain indicators, what are they, that say, yeah, this guy can be successful in the NFL?
I really think everything boils down to, does a guy love the game of football? And I think, through the interview process, that's what you try to figure out. And does that match up with the tape? If I see a guy out there and he's kind of dogging it to the ball every other play, like that doesn't really show me you love football. So, we look for guys that, are competitors. They want to compete at every turn. They love the game. They love the process. And this is just all part of the evaluation process that we'll continue to, keep chipping away at through the spring.
And as you chip away and as you get to the draft, if you got the 8th pick, not getting into specific prospects, I know it's early for that, but how do you balance need, scheme fit versus he's the best available player and we'll figure it out. Let's just get him in the building.
Yeah, I think.
Excellent question. That was really well worded. Because he's basically saying, yeah, I'm not going to get into specifics here. Because I know, the press has asked this question like a billion times. I'm not going to do that to you. I'm going to ensure that you get the question that is necessary to ask answered. Which is, how do you balance these things? Excellent question. I like this guy.
Think like if you're looking at the draft board,
He's
and,
asking the
you know,
right
we're at
questions.
8, and there's a really good player that we have. Maybe he's not at a position of need. Like, I think you take that player. But if all things are even, you take the position of need. So that's the philosophy that we're going to run by.
I know you're
Excellent philosophy, and that's the way it should be. We've got to figure out what we need and address it. Attack it head on. Bullhead it. And that's exactly what we've been doing.
not in the market for a quarterback, but the market for the quarterback could determine what you do with that pick. What
Correct.
would entice you to potentially move off 8, whether it's up or down?
Yeah, I think
Ooh, another great question. There you go. There you go. This dude is on point with these questions today. Shout out to my man here. I like this.
regardless if it was for a quarterback or not, like, we're going to leave our options open. So if somebody wants to come up at 8 and they give us the compensation that we're happy with, then feel free to move off that pick if it made sense for us and the organization. So, yeah, we're going to be open to all different types of scenarios, and we're going to be ready for all types of different scenarios.
I know you've said, hey,
There you go. That's the mentality right there. So, I like this, man. I like where we're going with this. Let's keep it rolling.
emphasis on the defense this offseason. What position group specifically is the biggest point of emphasis?
I think you go interior D-line, you go outside linebacker, you go safety. And then obviously we need another corner. So there's a lot of holes to fill.
Boom. Which ones have I been focused on? He said all 4 of them. Right there. Everybody been saying it, basically. Everybody pretty much knows it. Because we've had struggles with the run stopping and the safety position and the corner position. So, and pass rush. So, these are 4 obvious points of concern. So, yeah, he knows what he's doing. I never had any doubt. I know he's going to attack these 4 positions, and he's going to get what we need. Let's continue.
It's not going to happen overnight, but, I think as we move through free agency, we move through the...
Let me replay that line right there that he just said. Let me run that back. He said it's not going to happen overnight.
But, I think as we move through free agency, we move through the draft, I think things will start to kind of come together and the puzzle will start coming together, a little clearer.
So, on some of these specific positions, I just want to ask you for traits that you look.
I think things will start to fill. It's not going to you go outside linebacker, you go safety. And then obviously we need another corner. So there's a lot of holes to fill. It's not going to happen overnight, but...
Boom. Y'all heard it from Dan himself. It's not going to happen overnight. Come on now. That's for all the people that think, oh, you could just get XYZ player, XYZ player, XYZ player, never mind the cap room, and just automatically go to the Super Bowl. Use your noggins. Use your noggins. It don't work like that. You heard the man. It don't work like that. Let's continue.
I think as we move through free agency, we move through the draft, I think things will start to kind of come together and the puzzle will start coming together, a little clearer.
As in, have patience. Have patience. This team is starting to progress, but it's going to take time. You can't rush that. It's... Bro, you can't rush the process. It's going to happen when it happens, man. And when we get to that glory land, we're going to look back and we're going to say, look at the mountain we climbed. Look at the work we put in. As a franchise, putting these pieces together. And the process, man, it is the most fun part for me. is going through and digging through and sorting through and putting these pieces together. It's like a jigsaw puzzle, man. And I just love it. It's like a gigantic jigsaw puzzle. And I'm telling you, the picture at the end of this, man, is going to be beautiful. It is.
So, on some of these specific positions, I just want to ask you for traits that you look for, besides desire and love for the game when you're watching film.
Yep.
Good question again. And this dude's on point.
Let's start with interior D-line.
Yeah, interior D-line, obviously you have to have the height, you have to have the length, and then you got to be violent at the point of attack. And you got to have the strength, to stack guys up. We like to call it play gap and a half, even two gap. So we want our guys to be strong, physical, and obviously have that prototype measurables, the height and length as well.
Yeah.
Edge, you got to be explosive. You got to be athletic. You got to be explosive. You got to be able to bend and get off the ball. And, those are the type of athletes that win, and they win consistently in this league. So
they win, and they win consistently. There you go. There you go. There's that word again. Consistently. I told y'all, man. That's what I look for, is consistency. So as we go forward and we look at all these positions and we focus on the specific traits, look for consistency. When you see consistency in the right direction, in a positive direction, in a healthy direction, not in a toxic one, you're going to see results. Positive results that you're looking for.
That's what we'll be focusing on.
Your old position, interior linebacker.
Yeah, I think linebacker, first and foremost, you got to be smart. You got to have instincts at that position, and then you got to be able to run and close, and then you got to be able to hit, and you got to be able to finish tackles. And then on the other side of that is you got to be able to cover. So, and that's where, the value of these linebackers, if you can cover, if you can blitz, and you can make an side with the safeties, like you, first and foremost, you have to be smart. You have to be a really good communicator. If you're not a good communicator and you're not smart back there, you're not going to last long.
Facts. This man just speaking facts. I mean, Justin Reed can tell you that. This man has lasted longer than anybody in the league at safety so far. He and Troy Polamalu, man, those two lasted forever back there and changed the whole landscape of what safety is. So, you want to follow a good example of what a safety is? Go watch Troy Polamalu's tape. This dude is within 5 yards of every play, wherever that ball is. And it just used to always amaze me. Like his knowledge of the game, his film room study, his work ethic, and just his overall athleticism and speed. They don't make them like that anymore, man. They don't make them like that anymore. But if you want to learn the safety position, that's where you want to start.
Our defense. So we really put a premium on those two things.
I know you did a lot to address the offense last year, but if there was a certain spot on offense where you would like to add, where would that be?
Yeah, I think, it's really just adding playmakers, but, we have to add another tight end. We have to add another wide out, another running back. So there is a lot of holes to fill on this roster, and we'll address that, whether free agency or draft, and we're just going to sign and draft the best players.
You have preached patience and discipline. You got more money now with the salary cap increase. How does that impact the offseason plan?
I don't think it changes that much. We'll have a plan. We'll have a solid plan in place, for both free agency and the draft, and we'll attack it.
The last thing, Dan, there's an element here where there's a lot of information disseminated, and there's gossip and rumors and misinformation too sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
How much of you and your group and the front office being here is about just gathering intel? What's this team doing? The teams that are picking ahead of us, the teams that are picking behind us. How much of it is just kind of gathering intel so you have an idea of, how some of these things could shake out in free agency in the draft.
Yeah,
Another excellent question. Man, can we get people at the press conferences with this type of questions, man? This is excellent. This is what I want to see right here. Press, you could learn something from this dude right here. He really knows what he's talking about. He understands the significance of why he's asking these questions and why they're important to ask. He does his homework. And I got respect for a press conference person that, or a media person that does that. That really takes the time to understand our organization, and comes to Dan in a press situation like this and is prepared. They're not asking repeated questions and questions that somebody else has asked in a different way. They're not asking unintelligent questions, that don't matter. This dude is actually coming in here prepared. He knows what he's doing, and he's coming in ready to go. I like this. I like this a lot. And somebody let me know in chat who this dude's name is, because I've seen him before a lot, and I think he's like a broadcaster or something for us during the regular season, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, let me know who he is. That way I could give him his proper love and respect, man, because that's an excellent interview right here. Excellent.
We always have a saying, gather information, don't give information. So,
Ooh. What a line by Dan right there. Gather information, but don't give information. Yo, Brad Isaac. You didn't exactly follow through on that last year. That's why we're not putting you behind a camera and a mic, bro. Shoot. Everybody else has been following it, though. That's why we didn't have any leaks last year. Respect. All right, let's go.
Guys know, hey, let's gather. Let's try to figure out, who teams are attacking in free agency. Where are they attacking in the draft? We're always trying to find information from everybody, whether it's agents, whether it's scouts around the league. We're going to try to dig, and we're going to try to be, aggressive in that sense. So, yeah. Yep.
So if I ask you, hey, so what's the pen? You're not even going to go there.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. We're gonna protect that information.
Dan's gonna protect that information.
Yeah.
No, we'll have to get the reveal once free agency's over, and then once we get into the draft. Panthers GM Dan Morgan.
Oh yeah, this dude is a guard dog. He had to clean up the mess of Brad Isaac last year. Because Brad Isaac was just like, oh, no, Brad, we talked about this. You've had media training. Don't do that. You can't be sharing all the trade secrets, man, in details and explaining stuff that shouldn't be explained. Don't do that. So, yeah, naturally, Dan had to come in and clean up his mess, and be like, yeah, let's not do that again. You're supposed to be my offensive coordinator. You're supposed to be helping me out here. You're supposed to be my dog, my best buddy, my pal, my friend. Why are you going to do this to us, man? Don't do that. But yeah, that was an excellent interview. I loved it. Carolina Blitz actually interviewed him too. Should we do that one too? Nah, I don't think it's necessary. It's combine stuff, so. But yeah, let me know if you guys think I should do reviews of people's mocks that are different streamers and stuff. That would be fun, right? I don't want to start up any trouble though. You know what I mean? That's the main reason I haven't done it yet. Because I don't want these streamers throwing some smoke at me, you know what I mean? But let me know if you're interested. I might do 2 or 3 of them. Just for the heck of it, just to test the waters. You know, but I don't want these people like DMing me and being like, "Oh, you said this, let's fight about it." You know, like I'm willing to have debates with people, but I'm not gonna fight people over a draft pick. You know what I mean? Like, it's just petty and stupid. So, you know, I'm not looking to get smoke out of it. I'm just doing it just to have other people's opinions on the channel. You know what I mean? And there's nothing wrong with that. You know, everybody's opinion should count and should be represented properly. You know? And sometimes we can go outside of the channel limits to do that. I don't have a problem doing that, but you know, I just want whoever I review to be respectful about it. You know what I mean? And be chill about it, so we don't have any drama. Because the last thing I'm looking to do is cause more division and drama in the fan base right now, when I'm the one trying to unify everybody, you know? And I know it's impossible to do that. But I'm doing my best, man. You know, one piece at a time, you know? And we got people from different streams in here, man, and I appreciate them so much. You know, it's nothing but love, man. Nothing but love. You know, we got Donna B that shows up every once in a while. We got, you know, from Uck's channel. We got Blitz, of course, that we work with. We've got Carolina Bleeding Blue podcast. You know, we got them. I've met some of the other podcasters, you know, and I've had conversations with Cody a handful of times too. So through Messenger mostly, but I really love Cody, man. Cody's what's up, man. He's the real truth, man. And Tony's awesome too from C3. I love these guys, man. All of these guys from C3 are just real people and just awesome, humble human beings. And absolutely, if you feel inclined, sub to their channels too, you know? And, you know, it's one big Panthers family. It's not just one channel, you know? So, sub to the people I rock with, man. Because these are real people. These are legit people, man. They are always going to be truthful with you and honest and about their opinions, and sometimes too much so, you know? To the point where it becomes a little bit toxic, but you know, it is what it is, you know. That's who we are. It's in our blood, man. We're Panthers. We're Panthers fans. That's who we are. And that's that loyalty coming through, you know what I mean? That's that love for the team coming through. You know, so if you're about that, man, hey, do what you want to do, man. Do what you want to do. You know? I am definitely encouraging people to do that. So. Alright, so we covered that. Let's do some mock drafting, shall we? Let's get down to business. I started out a bit early today. You know, apologies for the people that are just getting off work. You know, on a Thursday. I get it. Yeah, I may need to make a couple of calls tomorrow to deal with some stuff off camera, but beyond that, I ain't got much going on tomorrow, and I'm just gonna take that day to just relax, possibly just stream some video games or something, just maybe for a few hours. Who knows? But Friday's a chill day. We gotta take a break from all this content, you know what I mean? Well, I don't want to do that. I want to do boom, boom for the 204. There you go. Now we're in the 6th round. But I might see what's going on Sunday. Maybe I'll do one on Sunday. Maybe a mock draft stream on Sunday. Maybe. Most likely not. I'm going to be tired from the Clemson game, so. And other stuff that's going on off camera, so. I don't want to push too hard, man. I kind of want to take that Sunday off, so I'm probably going to do that. And come back fresh on Monday for mock draft Monday. So that's probably what's going to go on there. Alright, let's get into the mocks. But today, we're getting into the serious stuff, so let's go. Alright, this is yet again another situation where Jalon Walker is sitting there. We've done scenarios where we've taken Mikael Williams here. We've done scenarios where we've traded down, we picked up Mike Green. We've done some scenarios where we picked up James Pierce Jr. We did one with Tyler Warren as well. I'm going to refrain from Travis Hunter because I just don't want Travis Hunter to begin with. I just don't think that's a good move. And I don't see us going after Gentry either. Because it's going after Ashton this early is just no. Will Johnson probably not as well. I don't see that either. I haven't done one with Shamar Stewart yet. Or Kevin Banks. I thought about doing one with Kevin Banks, but we've done one with McMillan. So my thought process is at some point today we're going to do one with Malachi Starks and we're going to do one with Nick Imawari. So, and we'll see how that draft progresses, as we go along. Once we trade down. And that's going to require us to trade down with either Cincinnati or Seattle. 17 or 18 in order to do that. So, I still support that as an emergency backup option. That's why we met with Nick Imawari. Just in case that happens to be a situation where we would have to do that. I don't think we've met with Malachi Starks, though. Not to my knowledge. If we have, let me know. So, that being the case, in this particular one, this is a warm-up one, so we're just going to go Jalon Walker here. I'm not getting a trade offer, so this is a warm-up. So we're going to run through the typical hula hoops of what I would normally pick for this draft. Okay, Chiefs went with Starks. Pay attention to that. Saints got back. I'm probably going to go Wiggins here with this pick. Either Wiggins or Wyatt, depending on what shows up. Oof. They're both gone? Okay. Let's go, I know Savion Williams goes pretty high. And so does XR. I'm not as big on Trey Harris. I do like Isaiah Bond. I'm not as big on Jalen Royals. I do like Savion, though. I think Savion would be the move here. 88. Charles Grant is still there. Wyatt is still there. So is Cameron Williams. I think we moved down from 57 here. And we attack Charles Grant before the 111. And we get Ty Robinson as well before the 111. I think that's the move here. I'm willing to consider it. So let's see what happens. 98, 150, no. Not quite what I'm looking for, Dolphins. But we could talk. Time for me to be in control of the negotiating table. So let's see what we can get. No. I think Seattle's the one I want to move with. Because there is a 92 here. Also, you could potentially get a 5th rounder out of this too. And a 5th rounder next year. So, there's a lot of potential with a Seattle trade here. I don't want 7th rounders. Could I ask for the 172 over the rather than the 175 maybe? Let's see. Let's run that back and let's see if I can get it. Yes I can. Okay, cool. I can still get the 5th. I can't get the 6th. Understood. Alright. That's a fair move. That's fair. That's respectable. You know, I don't want to bleed Seattle dry because they've got a 4th rounder. You know, they've got a 5th rounder and they've got 2 7s. So, you know, I'm not trying to bleed them dry, but I do need these picks. So the 92 would then allow me to get Ty Robinson. The 82 would allow me to get Charles Grant. And so this 57 would then allow me to get a wide receiver. Which would probably be man. That's a tough one. 74, 74. 74 would allow me to get Savion Williams, which is exactly what I want. Alright, so Let's make the move with Seattle. I think that's a great trade. Let's make it happen. We'll take best available wide receiver. I'm willing to make that sacrifice. I think that's a worthy sacrifice right now. Now that Jack Beck is off the board. If Jack Beck was on the board, I would definitely take Jack Beck. Without question. We could move that down to an 81. Pick up a 190, 119, a 193. And a 5th rounder. Interesting, Bengals. Now you're talking my language. I like that. You don't necessarily have to push for a wide receiver at 81. I could get XR or Tez Johnson. I could do that. I could sacrifice again and get picks. I don't mind that. You know, it's just Wyatt is sitting here, and so is Cameron Williams. So that's the problem with that. So as it stands right now, if I was to not take that deal, I would just go after Charles Grant at 82. I would use 74 to get a wide receiver. And then use 92 to get Ty Robinson. 111 would be Stutzman. And then move on from there. You know, as scheduled business. You know what I mean? That we usually do. So I think this could work. I just don't want anybody like reaching on Stutzman again. That was the problem with the last few drafts, is they did reach on Stutzman yesterday. But a 119 could be very, very beneficial to me, because that would lock up Noel Williams for me and ensure that I get him. A 193, I'm not sure exactly what I would do with a 193 just yet. You know, best available player, whatever happens to show up at 193, we'll pick him up. You know, we'll double up at something. And then a 5th round next year is excellent. So, yeah, I do like this move, yes. I'll do this. Bengals, I like it. And that's fine. I don't have to pick up, you know. I like Bond. I like Tez Johnson. I'll take Tez Johnson, you know, at some point here. But I think the correct move here, because we gained that extra pick. Let's see. Ty Robinson, no Danny Stutzman. Noel Williams at 119. And then what is 114? 114 would be 114 would be what? See, that's the thing. We now have that extra pick. We can now push for both of these offensive linemen that we want. So Wyatt, Grant at 81 and 82. You would then pick up Ty Robinson at 92. Danny Stutzman at 111. And a wide receiver, if Tez Johnson is still on the board, you can go for him. I don't know that he will be, though. That's the thing. You may be restricted to Ty Felton. So the trick here is maybe you get one of these offensive linemen here and get a wide receiver with 82. Let me check out Isaiah Bond. James Bond. Chicken nut stirred. Mr. Bond. Multi-role receiver. Okay, they like his 40. They like his 10-yard split. That's about all they like. Okay, decent blocking. He could be an answer. Roman Wilson, Marvin Mims Jr. Okay. Let's take a look at Tez Johnson. Let me see. And Tez Johnson has 83 catches, 198 yards, 10 touchdowns. Good average, good measurables. He can't block as well as his counterpart, but the things that this dude is able to do, though, he can block when asked, you know, but he's not great at it. Josh Downs from North Carolina, Taj Washington. I was looking at Taj Washington when he was draftable. So, they like his broad jump and they like his 3-cone. Vertical shuttle, 10-yard. The 40 time is decent. Yeah, I like Tez. I like Tez. I might be willing to move. I might be willing to move. The 81 down just a tiny bit. And settle for Cameron Williams if Wyatt isn't there. I might be willing to do that. Because we don't have... Well, we do have Miles Frazier. But we don't have that luxury with Charles Grant. See, that's the thing. So we have to pick Charles Grant at 82. So... the trick here is how much lower do we want to move this 81? We want it to be somewhere in between 82 and 92. Ideally. That would be preferred so we can get Tez Johnson. So 82 to 92. Let's see. I see the Rams in here. I see Seattle. Seattle has 2 picks. But we moved those. You know, so we traded for those. Rams. Rams I would be interested in moving with. Rams are sitting at 90. Okay. 90 still ensures that we get Tez. Yeah. the thing is, like, it cuts it close with Charles Grant. But see, I would be picking him with 80. With the 90 pick. So he should still be there at 90. This is a risky move. I would be willing to explore it. In order to get the 127 in a 6th rounder, potentially. I would take a 195. I'm not going to rob them. You know what I mean? Okay, so they're not willing to give me a pick next year. Understood. Rams. Should we make this move? Yeah, we can't get the 101. Reasonable. Reasonable. That's a good question. Do we want to make this move? That's a tough one. I do want my wide receiver, but I don't want to have to sit there. Do like 5 rounds to try to get Ty Felton. You know, that's kind of ridiculous. The best we can hope for is that he shows up at 114, but I don't think. See, this is why a move down might be a good idea. But you're only getting one of the offensive linemen. You're not getting both. So, if I was to move down that 81, I would lose out on Wyatt for sure. Which is my main target up here. Cameron Williams would be the backup option at 82. And then Grant would be picked up at 90. And then you have to hope still that the wide receiver position is still going to yield some type of fruit with Tez Johnson. But it's tough, man. It's a tough move. I think either way, you're gambling with the wide receiver position. If you don't pick it up at 92, you're in trouble. You know, you're dealing with Torrey Horton or Ty Felton. And I would like to have Torrey Horton. You know, at 114, that would be fine. But chances are he might be gone. So, Ty Felton it is. You know, you gotta take what you can get. Let's take a look at Ty Felton. Good numbers for a Maryland guy. Good 40, good vertical, good broad, good 10-yard. Yeah, I'll take that trade-off. I'll take that trade-off. He can catch 75%. That's good enough. Devontae Walker. Luke McCaffrey. Troy Franklin. Yeah. I'll take that trade-off. Let's make a trade. Now, 127 gives us Devin Neal, for sure. That locks him in. 195. What does 195 do? No, 127 locks in Jalen Reed, actually. And then if Devin Neal happens to sit there at 140, I think that's the pick. Yeah. So at that point, it's pretty much doubling up and then tight end. After that. Yeah. Let's make the move. $154 and around 7. No. Okay, so why does the pick here? Okay, they've left the wide receivers alone. Let me see what type of offers we're going to get. Not what I'm looking for. Alright. Charles Grant is the pick. Oh, they got Danny Stutzman. Okay. Okay. That's okay. Barrett Carter's still there. No reason to panic. No reason to panic at all. Ty Robinson. Alright. So far, so good. There goes Devin Neal. That's alright. That takes the temptation off the board. Therefore, now at linebacker, we're going to go Barrett Carter. And round 5. Okay, Cardinals. What are you trying to get? Yeah, I'm not in a hurry for a running back immediately. At 127, I think we're going to get Jalen Reed. Nah, Trevor Etienne at 127 because well, Trevor Etienne at 140. Trevor Etienne at 140. Let's get our wide receiver here. Let's draft Torrey. I knew that the Cardinals were going after Horton, man. I knew they were. That's why I didn't take that deal. This ain't my first rodeo, Cardinals. You're going to try a little harder than that to fool me today. Alright. So now that we've got that dealt with, we can now turn our attention to corner, safety, and other things. I'd be willing to move that 119 down a little bit in order to get something in between 127 and 140. I'd be willing to do that. They will try to reach on Noel Williams. That's why I want to do that. That's the first reason I want to do that. Second reason, because Jalen Reed will get reached on too. So I'm going to be picking Jalen Reed at 127 just to make sure they don't get him. Running back, Trevor Etienne will be sitting there at 140, so we'll pick him up there. So that's corner, safety, running back. That just leaves tight end at that point. Which I am willing to sit on tight end until Gadsden. So that's fine. That'll be the last pick I make. And if something should pop up at 163, 172, I'm down. You know. If I see something pop up in the 170s, 180s range, I'm going to try to move these two picks up to go get it. But right now, I see everything that I like right now, and I'm good. But I'll be monitoring around 172 just to see what happens. 140, 146. We can, of course, move these two up for a 130 something. That could happen. But, nah, I'd rather move the 119 down. For a 125, a 181, and a 209. Chargers, you make an appealing offer. You really do. This is going to be a trade-happy muck. This is what this is going to be. $125. That's not far enough down. It's not quite far enough down. I want the 130 area. Let's see. Yeah, I need the 130 area. That's what I need. Detroit, Baltimore, Washington, Rams. Chargers, 25. Maybe Detroit. Buffalo seems appealing. Buffalo's got 3 picks in the next round. Yeah, Buffalo. I'm willing to go down to 132. That's fine. Let's see. Nolan's at 151. Trevor Etienne's at 157. So, I mean, you see why I kind of want to move here. I could go ahead and pick up Ewers. Let me see about Ewers. What type of a quarterback are you, sir? Ooh, a pocket passer. He's more of a deep threat passer. Okay, okay. Dude's got nasty release speed, though. But is he accurate? See, they like his 40 time, but they don't like the rest of this. $65.8. That tells me everything I need to know right there. Okay, so good quarterback rating, good yardage. Very nice touchdowns, good interception ratio. Bo Nix, Kenny Pickett, CJ Stroud. Okay, so you're comparing him to CJ Stroud. Interesting. We could go ahead and pick up Quentin Ewers here. And just move the rest down the board. We could. I'm not against the idea. But you better make sure that Noah Williams is 140. If you do that. We can take a slight hit at running back. I don't mind that. But. Dylan Gabriel. I would be foolish if I didn't take a look at everybody, though. Mobile pocket passer. Here we go. RPO type. Trash measurables. But everything else lines up. Spencer Rattler, Matt Corral, Bennett. Okay. Spencer Rattler ended up being the best in that second class last year. I think a lot of people miss that. Look at his percentage, though. 72.9. Oh. This is one of those scenarios where maybe I'm not as concerned with measurables as I am production on the field. You know what I mean? Yeah, he's 5'11", but he can do a lot of damage. Even just being 5'11". But everybody's going to say, oh, he's short. He can't see it. His wide receivers, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. You know, y'all did the same thing with Bryce Young, and look at what Bryce Young did last year, in the second half of last year. Don't deny it. You know what you saw. Yes, it actually happened. It actually exists. Go look at the numbers. Would he be able to throw that deep pass 50-plus yards if he can't see his wide receiver over the offensive line? Would he be able to? Come on. Be honest. Stop the BS. Yes, he can. Yes, he can throw deep. He proved it to you in the Atlanta game. If you still don't believe it, you're a hater. I'm sitting here at this point and I'm like, okay, you know, I got my faith in Bryce, man. I'm with him. I rock with him. I'm not a Bryce sexual or anything like that. I don't know where y'all get all these weird terms from. Y'all need to stop this. Y'all need to stop that. I don't know where that comes from, but y'all need to stop. Yeah, I'm a supporter of him, but I don't worship him like a god. So y'all need to stop. I seen people do that. It like treat me like that at people's chats, and I'm just like, bro, no. If I rock with a quarterback, I rock with a quarterback. But I'm not going to treat him like he's some type of idol. Like I'm going to start making sacrifices to that idol or something, man. Stop it. Yeah, y'all crazy, man. Y'all crazy. That's how crazy some of these people in this fan base are sometimes, man. I'm telling you. I don't understand it. I respect your opinions, but I respect your right to have them. But some of y'all, I think, are nuts. But moving on. Yeah, this might be a situation where I might ignore the measurables a little bit in order to get what I want. Because that's an RPO type quarterback is Dillon Gabriel. That's tough, man. That's tough. And I don't want to reach here, man. I really don't. Yeah, I think a healthy alternative is Jamari Caldwell. I think it is. We're going to lock in Noah. Don't worry. He will be a Panther. Ooh, Jalen Reed, though. Jalen Reed. I think this pick might be Jalen Reed, to be honest. I know it's a little bit of a reach. But I kind of like this pick right here. Yeah, I'm going to go with him. Now I'm about to lock in Noah Williams. Watch this. $142. I get a fourth and a fifth. Okay, 142. Where is Noah at? 151. Ooh, that's playing with fire. Ooh, that's playing with fire. I gotta get Noel before somebody else grabs him. I gotta do it. We can get I think I'm gonna double up at defensive tackle, and I'm gonna grab Caldwell here, and then go get my running back. It's only 6 picks. Yeah, I don't see. Oh yeah, that's right. I do have plans on Sunday, so yeah, I will not be streaming on Sunday. Yeah. I just remembered that. I'm glad my buddy just messaged me that. I'll be at the Comic-Con in Greenville in South Carolina. So if you guys wanna link up in the Comic-Con in Greenville, I'll be there. Because I stay in the upstate area. I didn't say where in the upstate area, but yeah, I stay in the upstate area in South Carolina. I don't want people knowing where I live at, man. In case people get too salty with my opinion, man. I've seen people do it on the internet, man. They tracked down PewDiePie at least like 4 or 5 times over in Switzerland. So if they in Europe, so if they track him down, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's all I'm saying with that. And people hate these sports commentators sometimes on YouTube so much that they will track people down, man. People can become like some serial killers or something, man. It's wild. I don't want to become one of those victims, bro. I don't. Down 2 picks and I get a 5th. I gotta look out for my own safety, you know what I mean? Down picks and I get a 5th. Okay. Okay. You know what, Bears? I could do that for you. I could do that for you. Just for you. I'm not moving down to 182 though. Jags, no. I'll do that for you though. Yeah, you had your heart set on a player. I'm down with that. We can talk. You know what I mean? I'm not in a hurry to draft my running back, Trevor. Not at all. Nah. I ain't about to make that move yet. Alright, 163, 172, 193, 195. And a 204. I already know what I'm doing with the 204. That's going to Gadsden. I might lock him up at 195 just to be sure. I might do that because I've seen people try to steal him. It would be nice to have another tight end. But let's see what else is out there. Safety. Okay, we got Malachi Moore. We can get him at 172. I like Miles Frazier. Oh, I like Bossa. I like Bossa with this pick, I think. So the only thing stopping me from getting Bossa would be Miles Frazier. We could always use some guard backup help. But we need to double up at linebacker. So Bossa is the pick. Oh, right. 172. Ah, somebody got Malachi Moore. Dang it. That's alright. I didn't need him. Offensive tackle. Nah. Guard. Ooh, Miles Frazier's still there. Tempting. I'm not seeing much at wide receiver. I do see Mitchell Evans. Let me look at Mitchell Evans one more time. There he is. Okay. The best numbers in the world. But he'll do. Edge rusher, tackle. Yeah, I think Miles Frazier might be the pick here, man. I'm gonna be real with you. A little bit of guard help can't hurt us, man. Alright, 193, 195. Man, no, they didn't just steal Gatson from me again. Fine, Luke Lackey. Luke Lackey it is. Let me see. Edge rusher. Nope. I might take Thornton, man. I'm considering it. Multi-roll. He does have a little bit of a catching problem. And that's why you see the comparisons here instead of some of the bigger ones. I'm gonna take Jalen. We need some nickel corner help. That's what we need. I figured they would take him. Alright, fair enough. We already have a backup linebacker. I think we're good there. I don't know, you guys. All right. Bet. What do we know about Jackson Haas? Not much, to be honest. Not what I'm looking for. I'm going to just go ahead and grab, well, let's see Benjamin. Let's see Benjamin. No. Eurosick. Am I spelling his name right? Probably not. Euro. There he is. Decent numbers. Eh, kind of average. Average run of the mill tight end. I'm grabbing him. I know it's going to look like a reach. I don't care. I want my tight end. Jack Nelson. We need the extra tight end help. What do we know about Mello? Okay. Outside zone. Not sure about finishing tackles, but his coverage is really good. TJ Tampa, Jerry and Jones, Cam Hart. If he could just tackle a little bit better. You know, I might take a chance on this dude. I'm going to be honest with you. It's between Jack and Mello. It's between Jack and Mello, for sure. Yeah, I could probably draft Rucker, but he's not what he's cracked up to be. Cam Jackson would be interesting. But I already doubled up a defense tackle, so. We already got our guard. Happy with that. You know what? I want to double up at corner just to make sure that Noel Williams is what we think he is. But at the same time, I know that we need backup depth at tackle. And Jack is a very, very capable left tackle. So. And I'll show you what I mean. Left tackle, good measurables. He's a good backup. He's pretty much a Cameron Irving type. But he can get it done for you. And they compared him to Wanya Morris. I really liked Wanya. And Kirkland. You know what? I'm not big on Mello. I'm gonna say we. Man, that's a tough call. That is a tough call. We did get Wyatt. That would complete our offensive line depth. And we don't really need Mello. I'm going Jack. I know that's going to look like a stupid pick right there, but we need the offensive line depth more. There's been way too many injuries. I'm just handling something right now. But yeah, Jelon Walker, Wyatt Millum, Charles Grant, Ty Robinson, Barrett Carter, Torrey Horton, Jalen Reed, Noah Williams, Jamari Caldwell, Trevor Etienne, Bossa, Frazier, Jalen Smith, Luke Loud. Instead of just randomly picking somebody that I think I halfway know who they are, you know, based on what the scouts tell me, versus somebody I actually do know because I've done the research and I've taken the time to learn them. Alright, so we did a bit of trading in this one. We of course traded it into the 6th round with the 204. We traded the 57 down to the 82, picked up a 92 and a 172 from the Seattle Seahawks. We then moved the 74 down to the 81 spot, picked up a 119, a 193, and a round 5. Then we moved the 81 pick that we acquired for a 90 pick, a 127, and a 195. And finally, we moved a 146 down 2 spots to the 148 spot and required a 5th for next year. So, alright, so let me copy and send that to my team chat to take a look at. Boom. The Raiders are officially signing Geno Smith. That is breaking news today. And Cardinals are making Pro Bowl Trey McBride the highest paid tight end, 4-year extension. Cardinals, you idiots. Like, Cowher won't even throw him tight ends, touchdowns. Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Sean Messina, that posted that, because he's right. Like, it makes no sense to do that. Yeah, we still got Adam Thielen, and people aren't sleeping on Coker, bro. Ain't nobody sleeping on Coker at this point. The rest of the league is, but shoot. So that's that. You're going to the. Let me. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to make plans at the moment. For Sunday. My apologies, folks. I'll be with you in just a moment. Okay. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, that locks in my plans for Sunday. Perfect. It didn't show on the other screen. Alright, cool, cool, cool. Da-da-da-da. Cool, cool, cool. Let me make sure. That's crazy. Most of these autographs for the Comic Con are like $60. I'm looking them up right now. Oh man. Sting's gonna be there. That's crazy. It depends. What ticketing system are they using? So I might do. Okay. Okay. Noted. Got you. So some of them are accepting cash at the booth. Got you. I don't want to deal with will call. Okay. Cool. Okay. Let me just finish something up. Oh, okay, I didn't see that. All right. Okay. Okay, cool. Removal site. Okay. Got you. I don't like your tickets. Yeah. I want to do that. Alright, let me finish this up real quick. There we go. All right. Perfect. I see it. Gotcha. All right. Wait. Okay. Ooh, there's free spring games? Hold up. On Epic Games website? Let me see this. Sit tight, man. Sit tight, y'all. I want to see. Is there anything new? Valorant. Valorant's been... All this stuff has been free for a while now. What? Poppy's playtime is free? Oh, you pricks. You made me pay $3 on Steam for that. Steam, you absolute pricks. Ooh. Hold up. Remastered version of that is now. No. $50? Dang. Okay. Nothing exciting. Alright, let's get back to it. Let's mock. I'm tempted to do some gaming today on stream. What do y'all think? Should I? Okay. Same 6. Same 7. Nope. We got Jelon Walker again. Alright, in the next mock, we're going to actually trade down with the Dolphins. But for this one, we're going to go Jelon Walker. Oh, don't y'all get trigger happy, man. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Here we go. Ooh, somebody reached on Wyatt Milum. Well, that's a good thing, because they took that temptation away from me right there. $104 and a $179. Interesting. I know what you want, and it's not going to work. Nice try, Browns. I want my wide receiver, man. Y'all ain't going to keep me from Jack Beck now. Ooh. Down 3 spots, and I'll pick up a 106? And a 6-rounder? Now we doing business, Pats. Now we doing business. There we go. That's what I like. Ravens want me to move down. Pick up a 136, 203. Not quite what I'm looking for. Now that's intriguing. Jaguars. Okay. They're going to give me... They would give me an extra 5th. If I move down just a little further. Okay. I'm interested in entertaining this. What do I get in return? So I would get a 107 or a 106. That's a winner in both books right there because I get Charles Grant. That ensures I can get Charles Grant and Ty Robinson. Ooh, I like this. $88 or $77. 88's cutting it a little close, but I get a 5th rounder out of it. Yeah, maybe. You know what? Maybe. You're making me want this, man. You're making me want this, Jags. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm tempted. One spot, one extra spot. Yeah, sure. What would I do with a 142? A lot. Jags, now that's an offer. Now that is trade value. See, the Jags understand what I'm looking for. They understand what I'm targeting. They understand what I'm doing. They don't know what players I'm targeting. But they know I want a 142 down there. And they know I want a 107. Jags, you got yourself a deal. Pleasure doing business with you, Jacksonville. Okay. So we didn't get Grant. That's okay. That is okay. That still ensures that I get an offensive lineman. That still ensures I get who I want. Okay. So we need a guard or a tackle, man. We need a guard or a tackle. Yeah, I like Slater. Miles Frazier's still there. Let me look at Miles Frazier real quick. Let me see. Let me make sure I still want this dude. Left and right guard. Yeah. 100% pass blocking. You can do 72% run blocking. They're comparing him to Hayes. Yeah. They're complaining about his hands, but I mean, again, y'all remember Brady Christensen got complained about for his arms and hands, and he did great. Everything else on the board looked great. Look at this board, man. This looked great. I think Frazier's the dude, man. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Frazier's the dude. We need to pick him up 114. I'm willing to do that. Is there anybody I want to pick up right now that I'm afraid that they're going to go off the board? Stutzman. Stutzman could go off the board. You gotta be kidding me. They got Ty Robinson again? Oh, you thieves. In that case, trade down. Because trade that 107 down now. Or use it to ensure we get Barrett Carter. Or Stutzman. We'll lock up Stutzman at 107. We'll make sure we get Caldwell. We'll move down at 107. How we gonna solve the offensive tackle and guard problem though? 140. Okay. So that's gonna be one. Dadgummit, man. We might have to reach. We might have to reach on somebody. Dang it, man. Alright, this needs to be a guard pickup right here. Fairchild or Slater? Fairchild or Slater? Or we sit on Miles Frazier. And we just go ahead and pick up our linebacker piece here. Cause honestly, I'm afraid of people messing with Stutzman now. I don't like it. I've seen enough of this now. I don't like it. I'm gonna get him now. There's just too much temptation out there, man. Too much temptation. They got Caldwell too. You animals. Fine. Omar Norman Watt. Let's find out who you are. Now I'm reduced to finding out who people are. Dadgummit, man. This is not going well. He can't tackle. That's why his numbers are so low. He can't tackle. No. Joshua Farmer. Good measurables. Decent. But not what we need. Vernon. Okay, let's check out Vernon. He struggled with tackling as well. Oh boy. $24 for $39 though. Okay. Man. I just need somebody that can tackle, bro. Peebles. Measurables took a hit. Tackling still low. Next. Elijah Roberts. Okay, decent measurables. You're more of an edge rusher, though. Again, can't tackle. Come on. Give me somebody that can tackle. Cam Jackson. Didn't we meet with him? I think we met with him. Okay, he can tackle. Not too bad. Cameron Young, Crumity. We're not asking him to pass rush necessarily. Okay. I mess with Cam Jackson right now. I mess with Cam. I'll tell you what. I'll sit on defensive tackle. I'll pick up Cam Jackson. How about that? That still means we really need to pick up something at 107. Doggone thieves, man. I can't believe they did that, bro. That just messed up my whole game plan, bro. I was not planning for that. Tell you what. Who has the best chance of going off the board first? No Williams, no. Jalen Reed. Jalen Reed probably has the best chance of going off the board first. I can see that. We could sit on that. This has been a disaster of a mock. No, I don't want that. I want to lock in Noel. I want to lock in Miles Frazier. Okay. Not interested. No, they got Cam Jackson too. You, God. Vernon then. Y'all forced my hand on that pick and I don't like it. That pisses me off in this mock, dude. Why you gonna do that to me? Why you gonna do that to me? Tackle, running back. You know what I'm about to do? I'm about to salvage this draft right now. What's left of it. Dang it, man. There's literally nothing left at defensive tackle. Dude, they raided the freaking pantry on this one. That is horrible. That's horrible. Malachi Moore might be the pick here, I think. I don't want them getting Gadsden. This is a tough one. I've got to take Malachi and hope for the best. Sometimes I get lucky, sometimes I don't. But I've got a safety net, so please don't take him. Please don't take him. Please don't take him. Leave him alone. Oh, they got him. Are you kidding me? Again? Luke Lackey. I had to settle again. That's like 4 times I had to settle in this draft, dude. That's what happens when you get too cute with trading. Dan, learn something from this, please. This is what happens when you get too cute. Don't do it, bro. Alright. I'm gonna let this finish out. Like I said, every mock draft that we do, we learn something new. Okay, so that Jacksonville trade really screwed me. Because other teams started picking up people I wanted. 74 down to 88. The 107, 142, and around 6 next year. That's the trade that screwed me. Alright, so be aware. I'll go ahead and throw that to my team chat. Take a break. We'll come back for another one. And we'll go from there. Alright. Be right back, guys. I gotta use the restroom. Hit that like button, please. Please and thank you. Alright, we are back. Let's do this, man. Let's do this. Oh. Okay, we are officially in the 6th round. Let's go. How would the 8th pick the Carolina Panthers select? Ooh. Abdul Carter's there. Seattle's willing to make a deal. What about Miami? Ooh. You know what? The 82. The 82 is empty, man. They'll give me the 50. What did I do before? I had a, God. Don't trade with Dallas, I know that. Miami will give me the 98. The 135. The 155. And potentially a 3rd round. 4th and the 6th next year. 4th and the 6th next year. Could I get a 3rd and a 5th though? Let me try Miami one more time. I got a feeling about this. A 3rd and a 6th. It is possible. Okay. You can take half their draft picks right now. You know what? Where's Wyatt? Where does he show up? Wyatt shows up 69. Okay. D2. Okay, 82 and 92 for sure. I want those. That ensures I don't have to compromise on Jack. Nah, I can't get them all. Alright. Miami, let's talk. I'm willing to do that. I want those picks. I want those picks specifically. I'll take your 155. And I'll take a 4th and a 6th for next year. I'm about to clean house on Seattle. On Miami. Watch this. Boom. That's how much Hunter's worth to you, huh? Okay. Don't say I didn't warn you. I'll go ahead and take Mike Green. Jack alone, leave Jack alone. Leave Jack alone, please. Don't take him, don't take him, don't take him, don't take him, don't take him. Leave him alone. Leave him alone, leave him alone, leave him alone, leave him alone. Come on, come on. Yes! Jack Beck is mine. Ah, that is satisfying. Round 3. Texans trying to get him. Look at this crap. Nope. I don't know who you're trying to get, but it ain't gonna be Jack Beck. I know that. I'll turn down the third for that. Okay, let's see if we can get a Saints, what y'all trying to do? Nope. We can get a solid left tackle right here. We can get a solid tackle in Cameron Williams. Or we can go Charles Grant. We now have that option. So, we have a choice to make. There's still Logan Brown. So if we miss on Cameron, we can still get Logan Brown. I'm going to go Grant. I'm going to go Grant. I know I'm going to look stupid for doing it, but that's alright. Left row, on, night, no, okay. This board's still going in my favor. So far. Alright, we got a 98. Let's go get Ty. Okay, they took my corner. Okay, slight panic. They did take my corner. So, but we have the options of Denzel Burke and Jacob Parrish now to look up. So let's take a look at them. Derek Parrish. Derek Parrish is the brother of Jacob Parrish, who we are looking up right now. Or cousin. I'm not entirely sure which one he is. Kansas State. Okay. Okay, it's 2 R's. That's him. That's a man press. Okay, okay. Decent measurables. Okay, he's not as great at run defense, which we're not going to ask him to really do that too much. But he's great at everything else. You know what? We have enough run stoppers. You could be our covers corner. Asante Samuel Jr. You know what? I'm down. Denzel Burke. Let's be fair to Denzel Burke. let's be fair to Burke. Not so great measurables. He's not so great in the zone, but he can do everything. Cam Smith, Sakona, Riley Moss. Is this one of the scenarios where you start to ignore some of the measurements and just say, I know what we're getting? That's the question here. This is an Ohio State guy. You know, great solo tackling. It's just the pass deflections could use a little more work. We could work with him on that. We could work on that. Yeah. Burke, I mess with you, man. I mess with you. I think he's got something, man. I think Burke has got something here. Parrish has the better measurables. However, when you're dealing with Parrish, he can't run defend. And we're running a 3-4, so that means you've got to be able to run defend. I mean, so which one looks better to you? Boom or boom? Boom or boom. And see, like, I like all of this, man. I like a man that can tackle. 40 for 50. That's Kansas State, though. Versus Ohio State. They're in the Big 12. Alright, Big 12 teams. Alright, so you're doing with you're essentially doing with TCU, Oklahoma. Sometimes Baylor will get a team going. Sometimes Iowa State will get a team going, but it's rare. Arizona State gets going every once in a while. But really, that's a weak conference versus Ohio State. Who is in the Big Ten. In which there's 18 teams. You were essentially dealing with Michigan, Michigan State, Nebraska, Northwestern, Penn State, Wisconsin, and Illinois. See, Ohio State is a lot more loaded as a conference, with the additions of UCLA, the Southern Cal Trojans, and Oregon. and Washington. So, I mean, that's a lot of teams. So, to me, Denzel is a lot more battle tested than Jacob Parrish is. You see my point? And he can run stop. I think this dude is the one. I'm gonna draft him. Move one pick and I pick up a 189. Tempting. Also tempting. From the Broncos. Also tempting. I do like my 6 rounders. Let me think about this one, Colts. 3 spots down, huh? Let me think about this one. Who are you trying to get? Nah, I can't let you get Stutzman, man. I can't let you get him. I can't let these teams get him. Down 3 spots, and I get a round 4. Ooh. Now we're talking Bengals. Okay, Cincinnati, let's dance. Who you hunting for? You're trying to get Barrett Carter, aren't you? You're trying to move up. Because you saw me get Stutzman. That's exactly what they're trying to do. Oh, I see it. I see it. I see it. You're not about to fool me, buddy. I could afford a few spots for Jalen Reed. I could do that for you. Yeah, I could do that. Okay, Bengals, you got a deal. That's a 4th rounder for me next year. Oh, they went for Kennard. Okay. Yeah, I gotta make sure Jalen Reed comes to me. And then I'm getting Logan Brown. $162 for a 5th rounder, huh? $152 for a 5th rounder. Okay, Cardinals, you got my attention. What do you want? Down to 152, huh? It would ensure I get Brashard Smith. But let me look at Damian Martinez real quick. .3 average. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Good measurables. The problem is that 58% for his receiving in hands. That's going to be a problem. You've got the hands. You've got the arms band. You've got the 40 vote. So, why can't you catch this ball? When we put you out in space. Why can we not do... Why can you not get... So why am I going to draft somebody like that? That's just going to be a worse horse back. Yeah, I mean... Brashard Smith. That's why I couldn't find him. Trash measurables. Except for the 40 time. I like the 84% catching. But what else can you do? Besides just running up the middle. Not a whole lot. Okay. Let's try Tootin. This one just tells me try Tootin. Not bad. Good measures. 54% hands. You know, I'm not asking you to be a world beater with your receiving hands, but, you know. Zach Evans. Keandre Miller. What we do want you to do is be able to rush and break tackles, though. Okay. RJ Harvey Jr. Ooh. Those are the numbers you want to see in a conference like that. Not bad. Workhorse back. He's fast. He's definitely vertical. Okay. Problem is he can't block. I'm gonna have to think about this one at running back, man. I'm gonna have to think about this one. How about Jaden Blue? I haven't looked at Jaden Blue yet. Definitely have not looked at you. Dual roll back. Okay. Decent. Okay. Not bad. Better than what is on the board. Kyle McGonaghy. Bonangi. I don't see him on the list. Hello, for a Boston College guard? Not too shabby. Oh. I wasn't even looking for you. '65th position, okay. Hergel, huh? Alright. You know what? I'm going to keep that tab open. I wasn't expecting to find that. Okay. So that's not what we're looking for, though. Let's give our boy Kyle here from Rutgers a fair shot. Let's see what he can do. Kyle Monangi. There he is. Good numbers. Measurements aren't up to par. He can block. Oh. Not bad. I see a little bit of potential here. Just a little bit. Let's check out Jarquez Hunter. It's an Auburn running back. Good numbers. Good measurables. Yeah. This is the guy right here. This is the guy. Yep. This is the guy right here. Hold up. Now I'm about to compare him to Mr. Sanders down here. Ooh, Raheem Sanders looking nice on the board. He may not be able to block. Jarquez actually beat him out in yardage. Yeah, I think this might be the dude, man. I think this might be the choice. We're going to go Hunter. For this particular pick, we're going to... We're going to double up a defense tackle. We're going to get Caldwell. I think Vasa here. Vasa or Malachi? Vasa. We need linebacker help. Bad. Round 6. Tempting. Tempting Eagles. 155. I'm not really doing too much with the 155. Let's see. I think I can get away with maybe one more. I think we just go and get him now. to a 191. Okay, no. No, you're high as a kite, and I'm getting Malachi Moore. And I'm going to hope that Gatson is still there. I'm taking a 50-50 shot. If he isn't, I'm taking Luke. Come on, Gatson. Stay on the board, man. Stay on the board. Yes! Yes, I can get him. Okay, cool. Yeah. That's a great pick. Yeah. We did have to sacrifice a little bit at corner. Somebody picked up Noel and reached on him. So I think moving that 74 down a little bit would benefit us. So we're going to do that next time. Man, I don't care what this board says. Getting Jalen Reed right there is a good move. I think maybe at that point of 119, maybe you move that down a little bit into the 120 range to where it doesn't look so much like a reach, but you can still get him. And then that will give you a better running back down here at 155 and an extra pick. So then you're not stressed to go after Malachi Moore. You're not stressed to go after Gadsden down here. So I think that's the play here. So here's the trades. I went from 8 to 13 with the Dolphins. Got the 98, the 116, the 135, the 155. Then I went down from the 116 to the 119. Picked up a 4th rounder for next year. But I got all the pieces that I was looking for. Did have to take a little bit of a sacrifice, but that was alright. Didn't mind doing it. And I will throw that into team chat so that they can take a look at this. There we go. And boom. Alright. Next mock. We're doing a bunch today just to make up for the weekend. If any of you guys would like to lock in with a draft spot, let me know. Can't get a 6. Okay, just that. Got you. Word. Let's start. John Walker's gone. All right. So, now we're going to get an offer from a few different teams. The Bengals are going to try one. Screw the Saints. No to the Packers. Mikael Williams still sitting there at 14. Adole Carter at 2. Now, it was Kyle Hergel I was looking for, right? Where does this dude show up? Let's see. Where are you at? I don't know. I don't see him. Okay, I don't see him. We're going to continue this on like he was there, but we just didn't find him. Want to run one with Abdul Carter? We could do that. Let's run one with Abdul Carter. Don't take him, don't take him, don't take him, don't take him. Oh, thank God. Saints didn't get him. Come on. Come on. Come on. Good chance he'll land. Good chance. Dang it, the Bills got him. Bills, you freaking Robin Hoods. Alright. Alright. Let's see. Ooh, Seattle. I might need a little bit more than that. Good try, though. We're getting there. Okay, Seattle, let's talk. You're wanting to give me that. I'm going to need your 137 too. And a 6th round from next year. Interesting. Okay. They're willing to do that. For move down to 82. That takes us out of competition for Cameron Williams. Of course, we could always get Logan Brown. Higgins should be the pick here. I'm going to be real with you. Higgins should be the pick. However, Charles Grant is sitting right there. If we move this down, we ensure that we get Charles Grant. And we end up sitting there at tackle for Logan Brown. Which is acceptable. Because I might move that 74 down a little bit as well. Yeah, that's acceptable. We miss out on Higgins if we do all that. How far down are we willing to sacrifice a wide receiver? See, that's the thing. I don't know that I want to move that 57. If I can get a good trade with that 74 to move down, I won't need to move the 57. So let me see. Let me see what I can do. Seattle, you still willing to make a deal here? 75. And a 4th rounder for next year. That might be doable. That might be doable. A 92. Let's look at it one more time. I want 37. I need that extra pick, man. Seattle has it. Now, see, that might be doable. We do 126 instead? We do 126. Nah, Jacksonville ain't willing to play ball. Not for that. Nope. Dang it, man. They aren't the only ones that have a pick inside of this, though. So that's the thing. Seattle has one. Rams, Jacksonville. Seattle might be the only one looking to play ball here. Or Miami. But see, Seattle's got 2 picks. That's what I'm interested in. If I was to take this hit at wide receiver and get Savion Williams, does that guarantee let me see something. Okay. That gives me that. So if I take this hit, yeah, pick up that wide receiver at 82. I would then be able to pick up the 137 as well. Okay, so 82. Let's take a look at it. So 74 would go to a wide receiver, which would be Savion Williams. Then 82 would then go to Charles Grant. And then 92 would then go to Ty Robinson. This might be doable. Yeah, you know what? I'm here for it. Let's dance, Seattle. Let's dance a little. There goes Grant. Right on cue. Right on freaking cue. Dang it. It's like they know, bro. It's like they know and they know instinctively to take advantage of it. Dang it. All right. Let's see about Fairchild. I think I decided that Slater was better. Dealing with the Fairchild from Georgia. Fairchild, yeah, from Georgia. Good measurables. Okay. Pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Marquise Hayes, yeah. I think this is the dude I kept deciding on right here. Let me, Slater. Pretty decent measurables. It's better. Christian Haynes. Ed Ingram. Let's put him side by side with Fairchild. Let's compare them. Okay, so let's start with measurables. Dylan's got you beat on measurables. Overall rating, let's go. $93.77. Yeah. Ooh. Fairchild's got you beat, bro. With all due respect, Fairchild has got you beat. Oh, I can still get Higgins here. Cameron Williams is still there. Okay. I got a dilemma. How much longer is Higgins going to sit there? That's my question. That's a lot of picks in between 74 and 82. That's a lot of picks, bro. Samuel Williams and XR are sitting here, though. to save the day. God. I like Fairchild. I think this is my one opportunity to just pick one of the two linemen and then just settle later. If I settle later and I miss on Logan Brown, that's on me. So I better not miss. If I'm gonna do this, I better not miss. I could take a small hit on wide receiver. I could do that. To get Savion Williams or XR. I could do that. So that I can get Cameron Williams. I'd be willing to do that. Yeah, I think this is the right move. Is Cameron Williams here? Yeah. Yep. I knew it. I knew both of them were gone. I knew it. I straight up knew it. Alright. Moving down 5 spots. Get a 124 and a 7th rounder. I don't want a 7th rounder. But I'm willing to negotiate. I'll take a 6th. Green Bay, if you're willing to do a 6th, I'm interested. Wait, you said what was it? A 124? Nah, that's see, this AI trying to troll me right now. This AI trying to troll me. Look at this. When I try to go in a manual trade. Yeah. AI trying to troll me. Look at this garbage. That's not even tradable, bro. That's not even tradable. See, I told you, man. AI be coming up with some nonsense. I don't really want your 159. I don't really want your 159. So no. Harder. Move down 8 spots, pick up a 147 in the 7th round. Nah. Nah, I gotta have my linebacker, bro. Oh, hopefully still be there. Oh, thank God. Oh, that was close. That was close. I almost goofed. Y'all. Oh, I almost goofed, trooped. Alright. See, this is the one I'm willing to move. Bills, you make an interesting offer. 132. Only one I'm interested in is the Bills. 169, I'm not sure what I would do with that yet. I'd be willing to move this down a little bit. I don't know about a 169 though. To get Jalen Reed, I already got my tackle. Need a guard. I still need a guard. Dang it, man. I guess I'm gonna have to take Clay Webb, the last pick. I guess I'm gonna have to do that. That's tough, though. Kind of put myself in a position, though. No Williams is the move. It's just a question of where. I'm about to start making some moves. down to a 24. Bump that. What team wants to trade with me? This is the 114, right? Okay. Which team has an extra pick that they would like to donate to me? Baltimore. Baltimore, let's talk. What do you got? I want your 136. That's too much. Way too much. So give it to Baltimore. Okay. Fair enough. You know what? Dolphins, let's talk, man. 135. Let's have a conversation, Miami. Nowhere near enough. Tell you what. God dang. This pick is worth a lot. Oh my God. I'm starting to rethink giving this thing away now. Ooh. Y'all got me rethinking this now. Buffalo. Fuck the Buffalo. God, everybody got 5th round picks here. Not looking to gain the system here. Just want to move down. Now, you don't have enough. Jesus, if I even move at all, I got a freaking treasure trove. That's crazy. Oh my God. Who is worth that? Dang, man. If I moved to one of these places, man, It pretty much takes an entire freaking team out of a draft. Holy crap, dude. Oh my god. And that's still too much. Jesus. What is this? Whoa. What is worth the 114, dude? What are y'all chasing right now? That's worth a 114. And all of that ammunition. That's insanity. My God. That's wild, bro. That's wild. You know. Oh, man. Kevin Winston Jr. Who is this? Please tell me that's who y'all want me to look at, man. Kevin Winston Jr. Alright. Let's search that up. There he is. Man zone slot nickel safety. Jeez. Oh. Oh. Oladapo is his comparison? Look at this board. He can play man and nickel? Whoa. Whoa. Alright, what happened to this dude? Why is he sitting on the board still? Why is he still here? Okay, 35 solo. Tackles out of 60, one pick. He had a forced fumble last year. I need to know. Okay, player news. Dang. Dang. Okay, that's the 33rd team. B&B Sports said, all of these people saying stop sleeping on this dude. Defies injury odds with dazzling. Oh my God. He did that after tearing an ACL? What the heck? That's wild. Hold up, man. Hold up. Oh my God. When did he have the ACL tear? When did he have it? Oh, I'm so tempted right now. I'm so tempted to do this, man. All I need to know about is that ACL tear, bro. That's all I need to know about. Six months later, he's doing that. I know I said I shouldn't go after an injury-prone player. I know that I've said that multiple times, but crap, dude. I might just have to make an exception on this dude. That's ridiculous. Oh my God. The fact that this dude is still sitting here is insane. Okay. Jalen, this is the mock draft you're going to take a back seat, buddy. And Malachi. Sorry. I may go after Malachi as an insurance card. That's ooh. I can't ignore that. Nah, bro. I can't ignore that. I'm going to go after Noah at 137. I can't let this dude sit on the board. I can't, in all good conscience, I can't let him sit on the board. No. There's no way. Oh my God, that was a disgusting safety pick right there. Woo. Let him have Malachi, that's fine. That's not even who I'm after. I could still get Jalen Reed as an insurance policy right here. I'm going to do that too. Yeah. Yep. And I want Noah Williams. Yep. Oh my God, I found a way, man. I found a way. I found a way to make it happen, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. Alright, Joshua Gray. Dude put up a 4.5 flat after an ACL tear. As a safety. Do you know how hard that is to do? God bless. That's a hidden gem right there. Oh my God. I can't believe I found that. No. Y'all gotta give me a second. I gotta pass that along to the team. They need to see this. Oh my goodness. That's something I was not expecting today. I was not expecting to see that. See, that's why you gotta dig a little deeper, man. You gotta understand what you're digging for. Alright, let's see Joshua Gray. Okay, good measurables, good measurables. Trash percentages. Garrett Dellinger. Let's check Garrett Dellinger. LSU, right? Yeah, LSU. The left guard, good. Good percentages. Good. I like that. Okay. Yep. I'm convinced Garrett Dellinger's the pick. Yep, at 163, he's the pick. We can sit on him for one more minute while we go get a running back. Yep. Leave Dellinger alone. Don't touch him. Don't touch him. Perfect. All right. I know that's a C plus. I don't care. Now leave Gadsden alone. Don't mess with Gadsden. Don't do it. Don't you pick him up. Leave him alone. Yes. Yes. That's a beautiful mock right there. That's a beautiful mock. Oh my God, yes. I had to take a little bit of a hit at guard, but that's all right. I'm willing to do that. To get Cameron Williams, yes. Oh, that's a winning draft right there. That's a winning draft. I'm happy with that one. San Fran got Luke Lackey. Uh-huh. I'm tracking that. I noticed that. Alright, so we traded into the 6th round at 204. With Dallas, of course. That's every mock draft. We moved down from 57 to 82. Picked up a 92 and a 137 from Seattle. And I was able to do all of this damage. I just found us a monster at safety. And back-to-back safety picks. Just in case Kevin Winston goes down with an ACL tear, I've got Jaden Jalen Reed sitting right there, ready to go. You know, just in case we should have a repeat of Brooks. God willing, we don't. But if we don't, man, that safety room is loaded. Oh my God. Oh, that's dirty. Y'all. That's a beautiful mock right there. That's a beautiful mock. That is an absolutely beautiful mock. I think that's a good one to close out on for the weekend. I think it is. Is there any other combos that you guys would like me to try? Because honestly, that was fun. That was a fun one right there. I got every single position. Every single one. How the heck do you run a 2.4 flat after an ACL tear? That's insane. Who the heck is this dude? You got my full attention. Kevin Winston, that's incredible, dude. No freaking way. I gotta see this. I gotta see this for myself. $4.56. 4.56, y'all. God dang. How many players in the NFL have you ever seen after coming off an ACL tear 6 months later could run a 4.56? I don't care what position you're running at. That's crazy. That's freaking crazy. Oh, I just got the steal of the freaking third round. That's what I just did. That's exactly what I did. God bless. Oh, that's nuts, dude. Yeah. Yo. can't even. Yeah. That's what's up. That's what's up. That's what's up. That's insane. That's what that is. Oh, I just won this mock draft. I just won this one. Are you freaking kidding me? Yeah, I think that's good enough. I think we should switch to some video games now. I think we accomplished our mission today. Don't you guys? I think we did. That's crazy. Okay. So what do we want to do today, game-wise? What do y'all want to do? I'm down for some games. We freaking absolutely slaughtered that mock. That was... That was incredible. That was exhilarating. That's what that was. I'm amped now. I'm amped. I'm ready to play some freaking video games. Yeah. Yeah. We got through all the work, and now we in the video game mode. I'm gonna be busy all weekend, so no stream on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. Just FYI. I'm gonna be up at the Comic-Con on Sunday. I'll show y'all whatever I get. If it's Panthers related, I'll show y'all. If it's video game related, I'll show you. But, you know. I don't know how many of y'all are interested in stuff like that, so I kind of... I don't want to be overbearing with stuff, you know, when it comes to that. My God. In case y'all missed it, this mock, I traded that 57 down to 82. I got a 92 and a 137. Got Abdul Carter, Cameron Williams, Savion Williams, the wide receiver, Danny Stutzman, the linebacker, Ty Robinson, the defensive tackle, Kevin Winston Jr., the safety for Penn State, Jalen Reed, the safety from Penn State, Noah Williams, the corner from California, Devin Neal, the running back from Kansas. That is a monster, by the way. Garrett Dillinger, the guard from LSU, and Gadsden, the tight end from Syracuse, to replace Ian Thomas. I mean, that was animalistic. I might have to write that one down, guys. Write that one down. I can't wait to go back into this VOD and look at that one again. Oh my God. This is crazy, man. Devin Neal is a monster, dude. I've watched Devin Neal just shred through defensive lines. And I'm like, bruh. Like, if you don't pick up Devin Neal when you get a shot at him, and there's nothing else stopping you from picking him up, when you can still get everything else that you want, it's a no-brainer. That's a no-brainer, bro. That's an easy pick. That's the easiest pick of my life. I guarantee you he goes off the board on draft day. He's not sitting there that low. There's no way. There's no way I get him at that spot. No way. If I was an actual GM. You go find out. Watch this dude climb the boards. Everybody's gonna be like, "What is Devin Neal doing all the way up here?" Oh, watch the tapes. Watch the tapes. That's all I know how to tell you. That's all I'm gonna tell you. Y'all want to keep sleeping on Devin Neal? Watch. I already know who this dude is. I don't need to question it. I already know who he is. God dang. In other news, Clemson is going to be selling alcohol during athletic events, along with a few other schools. Now, what that's going to mean is y'all better be careful. If you go into any of your favorite college football games, man, be careful. Some of these people don't know how to hold their beers. And they get out on that road, man, I'm telling you. The cops are going to be, like, going nuts trying to get some of these people when it first starts out. Once it finally starts calming down some, they'll back off. But, I mean, we talking major university areas, though. Y'all better watch your backs, man. For real. That junk can get lit real quick. I ain't trying to see nobody get in trouble, man. You know, yeah, I gotta be careful with that stuff. I ain't trying to tell people what to do or not to do. But what I'm saying is, like, just be careful. Because it's about to get lit, man. God, man. That's wild, though. You know, all of that talent just for one simple little trade down. You know? And I was trying to move that 114. And I saw the value on that thing, man. And I was like, what the because it was clearing out entire draft boards, bro. They were trying to match the value of it by clearing out their entire board. I mean, this year and next year for that 114. I was like, who is worth that much value? There's nobody on this board that's worth that much value. Apparently Kevin Winston Jr. is. Shoot. If that's the case, what the heck is he still doing in the third round? You know what I'm saying? Like, what? That's some crazy work right there. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, wow. Y'all want to see if I could finish out Assassin's Creed Odyssey? I could do it. I could do more Pokemon Red, since it is a chill stream now at this point. Do y'all want some Buckshot? I could do Buckshot. I know Buckshot was really popular so far. I saw those were gaining some numbers. I'm down for anything at this point. I'm trying to finish Odyssey so I can get it off my laptop so I can get to some other games. I might just do that. I mean, I didn't like game capture, let's go. That's some crazy work right there. Game's gonna start up soon. Okay. Let me get all that garbage off the screen. Alright. Bet. Let's go. Now, because of the fact that this is kind of a chill stream today from this point on, I may just do side missions just to collect some Drachma. And go from there. That's what I'm thinking I might do. And just keep moving on up with the upgrades and everything else. Okay. I didn't make it in either one of the golf brackets from yesterday. Alright, fair. I've done a lot of work in this game so far. I'm wondering if so I got it at 69. I did a little bit of work with just trying to sell stuff, really, to get up to a point where I had enough to get the upgrade on the ship. So now I've got the crew armor maxed out, I've got the arrows maxed out, I've got the hull maxed out, the arrow volley is maxed out, the flamethrower is maxed out. So now I'm working on RAM. Actually, rower stamina and then RAM. And then the javelins. The javelin throws. And then we go from there. I mean, we're getting pretty close. Obviously, I've knocked down pretty much all the cultists, except for this guy. I don't know who that guy is. We're gonna find out later. I pretty much completed this. I've got 2 more to go. Messenia. Cadus Cave in Messia. Okay. Madness Cave. Okay, he's disposing of bodies in a cave. We got a mine, we've got the Madness Cave, which is not the same thing. Where is it? I would assume it's nearby, right? Grotto of Pan. Unless I'm just in the wrong area. Can we check that again? Messenia. Did I miss something? I feel like I missed something. And it's gonna drive me nuts. I'll have to look that up. Yeah, let me look that up real quick. Hold up, that's Order of Dominion. Order of Dominion. I need a map. Ah, okay. Is that it? It's right. Oh, okay. Let me see what they say in this video real quick about where this is. That's the one I want. Oh. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. I was looking in the wrong place. I was looking in the wrong place, y'all. Hold up. It's that right there. Oh, lag. 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 Laggity lag. There we go. That was horrible lag. Not that far out.
There he is.
Okay. Let me get a scope of the situation first. Let me see what we're doing with. Okay, there's some in the building. That makes sense. I don't care about that. I want to know what's over here. Okay. Alright, let's go. I see my first target already.
Got to be careful not to get spotted.
Alright, I need y'all to split up. Yeah, I can start picking them off. One by one. So I can get to my target. There you go. That's what I want. God dang it. Of course. Alright, gotta fight now. You really want to fight me? You sure that's wise? Now that's more like it. Okay. I've had enough of this. No, it's time to go. I bit off way more than I could chew right there. Oh, I'd love to see you guys follow me up here. That's what I thought. Dang it, I can't pay off my bounty, so I gotta go kill the guy. Ah! Blast it. Oh, great. And into another enemy territory area. Gotta go around this, too. Are you freaking kidding me? Oh, this is one of the guys I've got to kill. Hold up. Hold up. Well, it's my lucky day, isn't it? Got him. Oh, I have to kill you as well. Well, will it now? This will be easy for me. Got him. Nope. And this just became a lot less fun. I'm out. Nope, I'm out. Man, I feel like those orcs from Lord of the Rings, man. Just da 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 da. Just run across this landscape at like 50 miles an hour. I ain't got time for you. Do you really want to die? Fine. You asked for it. That I see. Don't piss off the population. Got it. Just kill the captain.
Watch my step around here.
Oh, it's this dude. Okay. Can I get a clean kill on him and just walk away? That would be fun. Why are you guys here? Get out of here. Okay. I need this dude by himself. That's what I need. Is there another way in? They're not watching this dude, are they? Sit right here. Got him. Now, why don't you walk over here and find out?
Well, nothing there.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing there. You didn't see nothing.
What was that?
Nothing. Haha. And I'm gone. Alright, now. We're gonna find and free those prisoners. But I also need to go up here. Okay, small camp. I can handle that. That's easy. Assuming this dude is still here. Indeed he is. Alright. Let's go. Nice, love all these. Oh. We have a bear.
The watch will be vigilant here.
Yeah, so will the bear. Just waiting on you to separate yourself from that group. And the moment you do, I am free of the mercenaries. Get to that without being spotted. Yes. I really want to kill him first. You ain't see nothing. You ain't see nothing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I need to kill you anyway. Come here. Let's get out of here. And we're free of the bounty hunters. Let's go. Now then. Let's get back to business. This is where we need to go. Let's ride.